first cycle. And that was an honor for me, and it's an honor also to continue as a member of the steering committee. I'm so thrilled with the efforts that Dr. Mushari and the team and our chairman, Abdullah Fawzan, they are spending a lot of effort and a lot of funds to keep this activity going. And I'd like to thank all of them for the effort and for funding all the activities that we are. I'll just welcome everybody here. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Saleh. Also, I'll ask Mr. Jose Cortez, the chair of Union of International Architects, to give some comments. He's our guest on this occasion, and just to let you know that he is here with us in this room.
Good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here in this wonderful country, Saudi Arabia. It's a beautiful city. It's really a great privilege to be accompanying all of you. My first time in Saudi Arabia, so I'm very impressed. It's a wonderful city, Riyadh. It's where it's booming, with a lot of transformation. But first of all, in the name of the International Union of Architects and myself, I want to congratulate very much Dr. Mashari Al-Naim, Secretary General of this wonderful Abdulatif Al-Fawzan Award. And I can say that for the International Union of Architects, it's very important to recognize all our colleagues that are creative, that are talented, in order to design a mosque. That a mosque is like the most important, architectural building around the world. It's like, religion, it's like a cathedral, or it's like a synagogue, or for spiritual development. I think a mosque is very important for all these countries. I want to congratulate all the members of the jury and all the winners, all the people that have been selected. We saw yesterday wonderful projects, and I am glad that all the winners are here with us. And I can say that I am accompanied by Mr. Esa Mohammed, architect, that is past president of UAE as well. And committee. It is really important, for the future of architecture to understand that we have to put architecture in the top level of development in the future of cities and urban environment. Because we architects are very proud of being architects, because we believe that we have to create spaces in order to raise the level of happiness of the people that live in our buildings, in our houses, but to raise the level of quality of life. So, and I believe that all these important buildings like a mosque is what gathers all our society, and that's why it has an important issue. So I'm very happy that I can see many people that are involved in this issue, and I have a lot of expectations for the future for this award. I'm glad that this has been working for many years, and I'm very grateful to all the effort that you have been doing in order to create the award and to develop it. So my best wishes for the future. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you.
I think, Dr. Han, we can start the session. And architects. I think this is a great opportunity. Before we start, we need a short comments to start the session.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marshall, Secretary General. I'm so happy to be here, and so thank you very much for having confidence in me to be a member of the Board of Trustees. And I have full admiration for what Al-Fawzan and most of what he's been doing. And it is the only way for us to make the whole world, the whole community of the world realize how inclusive we are in terms of our not just our religion, but also our culture. And the architecture comprises not just the design, but also the scientific and the arts of what culture should be. And this is what I think from what we've seen in all the cycles, the Al-Fawzan Award has exhibited that. And I'd like to congratulate and wish you all the best, Al-Fawzan, for your future endeavors. I'm really sure you can see from the type of designs that's been developed, he's moved away from just the traditional, but also inclusiveness and scientific and other aspects of arts and culture is also been incorporated. Thank you very much.
Okay, in this case, we'll leave our places and you can stay. Yeah, you can rest. كنت راح يفور السبيد. اي امري مستر امري ادهم. لا مستر هاني لازم صوت.
Good morning. I'm happy to start our first session of the architecture seminar with our guest, Mr. Emi Aida. Am I pronouncing it right? Yes. And Dr. Aida Idris Bibavich, also Dr. Jalal Abada. If you allow me, I would like to start with each guest to present themselves briefly.
Hello, good morning. My name is Emre Agola. I'm coming from Istanbul, Turkey. I'm the founder of EAA Emre Architecture Group. I'm based in Istanbul, in London right now. We're doing various kind of projects in various scales, in staying all over the world, but in some different countries as well. And I'm very happy and honored to be here as a master trainer.
Thank you so much. Dr. Ali?
Good morning to everybody. It is an honor and pleasure to be here and to be a part of this panel. I'm a professor at the University of Sarajevo. I work with the Faculty of Architecture, and I had the pleasure of reviewing two mosques that are actually winners this time. So it was a very joyous occasion. So I think this discussion will be very interesting.
Dr. Jalal?
Good morning. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I'm Jalal Abada. I'm a technical reviewer for the Al-Fawzan Award for Mosque Architecture for the second cycle. I reviewed the 3 mosques, 2 in Saudi Arabia and 1 in Nigeria. Actually, I have had this chance between the 2 cycles and the different circumstances, context, and intellectual debate around Actually, there was a big transition in this cycle, different from the previous ones. I'm professor of architecture and urban design in Shams University in Cairo. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. So I will start with the questions, one question for all. What are the criteria that you based on your evaluation to select the winning mosque? So, Dr. Aida?
Well, I was supposed to provide all the information to the jury in how to proceed and how to select the mosque. But in architecture, we always have a part that we can describe in very much detail and very scientific and through numbers. But then there is a part which is what makes architecture, the intangible part, the atmosphere, the feeling that you have in that mosque. So through the reports, I hope I try to convey both of these messages, both the technical merit, like in ice skating, the technical merit and the overall ambience impression. And I think that this second part prevailed in a way, the atmosphere, the message that these mosques have brought, but also the messages about connectivity and inclusivity.
Yes, thank you. Architect Amiri, do you have something to add?
Yes. I believe there is a kind of erosion in this architectural award field, and there are lots of awards all over the world. But not all of them are valuable or distinctive, in my opinion. Al-Fuzan Award is one of them, which is quite valuable and quite important because of its standards, because of its
It's not extending.
maybe I can change my.
I think it's
yes.
Thank you so much. Dr. Jalal, if you have anything to add about the criteria you have selected to evaluate the winning mosques.
So the criteria is, another is agreeable by the award, so it is given. Actually, there are 3 levels of technical view of the projects. First is the direct information to be gathered, including technical information, drawings, photos, and also introduction of the context where this project is built, not just the urban context, but also the social context for the community around them, the technical solutions, the construction technology, the functional aspects of the mosque, the interior space, and the way that been designed for the message to be transcended, also the landscaping and the connectivity between the inside and outside, outdoor, indoor, and digital relationship. Most important is also the sustainability aspects of the mosques, including also the maintenance and long-term services. This is the direct information part. The interesting part is the analysis and the interpretation of the projects, of the information gathered. It's not just about cataloging projects, but also what are the underlying facts behind this. And this also includes a sort of observational or insightful observation in the way or another. And the third level actually is to come with conclusions, the findings, what are the factors that justify mosques for work or not justified for work. This is another intellectual level, a higher one, is to gather this kind of puzzle together into a message to the jury and the jury to be discussed in the jury deliberation session.
Thank you, Dr. Jalal. So we will talk now about the Ljubljana Mosque in Slovenia. The architect Khasa Bilmich, would you like to present the mosque? Thank you.
So, honey, how does this work now? Very good.
You will present it on the video. I think they will play the video.
Yes. Yes, it's a bit more organic. more than 8 years to construct, of course. And it is the first mosque in Slovenia because, of course, although there is a large Islamic community, for more than half a century they have been trying to get the location and the right spot for the mosque. So this was this, let's say, happy coincidence that we won the competition and constructed this mosque. It was open, I think, during the pandemic. Actually, there was not really an official opening, it just opened up the doors. The Slovenian Islamic community is mainly consisting of people who immigrated to Slovenia in the last 50 or 60 years, coming from Bosnia because Slovenia is predominantly Catholic. So it was a very important moment also for the community because it was the point in which they, let's say, present themselves to the society that they have been inhabiting for already quite some time. So in that sense, it was a kind of a, yes, as you say, a very important step and let's say quite imperative also for us as architects now to try and interpret also these wishes of the community in the project that we were doing. Also, it was it is the center of the Islamic community of Slovenia. It's not only a mosque, it's an Islamic religious and cultural center, so it contains a school, it contains a kindergarten, a restaurant, offices of the community, apartments for the heads of the community, apartments and lodgings for the guests of the community, so visiting the mosque and stuff like that. A small kind of congress facility, a small sports center, so although it looks like it consists of 5 buildings, actually all of those 5 buildings are connected underground into one very large, or relatively large, I have to be careful because in Saudi Arabia large means something else, relatively large complex.
Thank you so much. I think also one of the observations I saw about the mosque is the irregularity of the land. It is not square. So this is a different challenge.
So yes.
How did you respond to that?
So following this very long period, finally the Islamic community got a piece of land which is extremely close to the center of the city. But it's an informal industrial wasteland. It's kind of lost in between the train tracks as they enter the center of the city. And it was the shape of the plot which actually generated somehow the basic ideas of the project. First, I think we were one of the rare offices in this competition that we decided to split the program into constituent parts and to try to reconstitute the urban, let's say, matrix for the project rather than to start with the architectural construction. So basically do one big building which consists of 5 or 6 or 7 different programs. So in a sense, of course, we put the mosque in the center and then try to kind of use the edges of the plot of land to create some sort of shelter space for the mosque. In that sense, so it was initially a kind of the shape of the land, as you say, generated a different kind of approach. We started from the, let's say, urban disposition rather than from the architectural articulation at the beginning. And I think that's what in the end. Because it's an urban wasteland and it's the first building, now we are actually designing the buildings, some of the buildings next door and some of the architects. It is also the beginning of the development of this area, which in a way, Aida will have a comment on this, is a little bit the way that Sarajevo, for example, as a city in Bosnia, has been developed, because the mosques of Sarajevo have been the kind of seeds for development of urban parts of the city. So there will be a mosque set out in an empty land, and then there will be kind of mahala joining around, and then the city will grow in that way. So we saw it was also the necessity as a sort of beginning of the process. Our mosque is in the beginning of the process of much bigger urban development that's going to happen in that area. And that's actually going to happen now. There's also the ministries is moving next door to the mosque. There's going to be a very large housing project which we are hoping to match it to our we begin all of a sudden. some point, in fact, our project in the beginning didn't have a minaret like that. But at some point, we as architects realized that it is very important for the community to start. Our mosque was far too, let's say, contemporary for the understanding of the local community. So in a sense, we realized at some point during the process that there has to be a level of recognition for the community, and there have to be some, I would not really call them concessions. It's not really a concession because I think it was a good decision. That there has to be a kind of a way for the community to recognize themselves. So this is why this adjustment in our initial project came. And I think at the time it actually meant a lot for the acceptance of the project within the project.
Yes, thank you. Is the video ready?
We can describe the entire project without pictures. How about that?
We can. I don't know. I think they will get the video ready now.
Maybe I would like to ask a question.
Yes, yes.
Yes,
please go ahead.
Sani Hanafi, I'm a sociologist and member of the jury. Thank you so much. Well, I mean, we had so much discussion with in the jury during the deliberation about the importance of the minarets. And we don't have the same appreciations. But if you like, before the last meetings, I spent 4 hours just browsing churches, all sorts of churches, from Catholic to Orthodox to Pentecostal to Evangelist. No matter what you have as a sect, Christian, always a church is recognizable by a cross, and a very clear cross. So when you come, you see this is a church. So I would like to understand why we can imagine a mosque without something flagship feature that we can recognize it as a mosque. Specifically, if we talk about Vienna, I mean there is a lot of tourists. I think maybe I passed by this center, but I didn't recognize it. For instance, I didn't pass by. But so why decided?
And then we realized that basically the community, because it's basically originates in Bosnia, is very much used to the Ottoman model of mosque. So basically they were initially also expecting that they were going to get an interpretation of the Ottoman mosque. So in that sense, I think for them, it made, or for us also, it made sense to have it's kind of a back and forth process, to have a kind of a, because otherwise, yes, we did have a minimum. It was taller and it was in a way more prominent as a physical presence in the city, but less iconographic for the community, and less iconographic also I think for the, but this not only for the community, but as for the as a communication tool in the surroundings. So in that sense, it got changed. Of course, it's technically much improved of the Ottoman model because it's completely prefabricated. It has been flown by a helicopter and put on top, so it has technical features that go beyond the tradition.
So, we open the floor for any questions.
which is created by itself, because as Pastor told us, it's an abundant industrial area, and it's a kind of no man's land. So creating a kind of micro city within this context and creating its own context for people to use it in a kind of an urban, let's say, fragmented box, was the main success of this project, in my opinion. I mean, all of the others, the finesse of everything, the details, and the other qualities of architecture comes after this first and foremost decision, in my opinion. As you told us previously, it was one of the unique approaches in this competition, as well as I understood. So maybe you can describe something about how people are using this specific microcity for the moment, because I mean all of the photographs that we have seen is without people, like very architectural photographs, and I wonder how is the usage of this area for the moment.
I think we were also surprised because in the process of construction, of course, the process took very long, and a very important communicator of the project itself with the community was Mufti, the head Mufti of Slovenia, who basically took it as his role to somehow make his community embrace the project. And finally, I think it's very much used. Of course, the photographs, the architects take photographs without people. I have photographs with people if we ever manage to make this thing work. No, we were surprised ourselves how, of course, we were expecting an acceptance from the community, because over 8 years they came to really expect this project with huge, they had huge expectations from it, and they were super happy. But the acceptance from the society at large, it actually became a kind of a tourist destination of the city, and which is very strange. This is what we didn't expect, and we actually worked for the community, and it's a great thing to have a presence in the society in which you have been living for the last 50 or 60 or 70 years. And there are the third generation of people that immigrated from Bosnia and basically had a few small prayer spaces around the city and more like privately organized. And so in that sense, we thought it was important. But in fact, we ourselves and also the community were surprised how well accepted by the city it is. And, I mean, the restaurant, which is the only halal restaurant in Ghana, is super busy with all different people, but also all the tourists come to see the mosque. And actually, they had to organize relatively very strict rules for tourist visits, because there were just people coming all the time expecting to be able to enter. In that sense, I think it's very, very well accepted. Also, for the first open days of the project, when we finished the project, and just before Corona, we had a few open days for the city, for the citizens of the city. It was an incredible queue, like tens of thousands of people came to actually see the buildings. 10,000. It was really like completely swarmed with people. So, so in that sense, it's also funny, because we were joking in the lecture, but not really joking. Because Slovenia has been an independent country. It was part of former Yugoslavia since 1990. And the new governments, of course, all governments claim progressiveness. So they've all claimed they were very progressive, but then if we do the statistics, we realize that the only public space constructed in the city of Ljubljana in the last 20-odd years, or 30 years, was actually the public space in front of the mosque. So that area that we present, so in the end, it was the Islamic community which constructed the first public space in the city in the 30-odd years of Slovenian independence. And so in that sense, it was also very attractive for people who haven't seen this new public area. So as Emre said, I'm going to ask you to present our projects in the future. It was the creation of this kind of sense of urbanity that I think contributes very much to the success of the project and to today's use of the project. So you will notice it on some of my photographs, there is now a small fence because it was so used by the people, also by the skateboarders and by the bikers and whatever, the space within the mosque in the evening hours, that actually there had to be some sort of, we wanted to make it very open to the citizens, and in some aspects it also didn't really work out that well. So, but it also, I think, shows the level of acceptance, not only the about the level of acceptance. It was really immediately accepted as some sort of space that belongs to the city only. So I think also for the Islamic community it became an incredibly important communication tool.
Yes.
Not only to symbolize its presence, but to basically symbolize a kind of engagement with the society at large.
Thank you so much. I think Hussein for questions.
Thank you very much, Ayman. I believe that in history of architecture, mosques have been very important buildings. They are iconic buildings, emblematic buildings for many cities, and at the same time, the characteristics of mosque varies a lot depending on the climatic situation, on the financial issues, the financial ceiling, and so you have to, in the process of design, I would like to talk more about the process of design. How do you conceive the site planning, in relation to the urban environment, and to the context, the orientation, the lighting inside the mosque, and how did you get inspired in order to feel that the mosques have certain qualities in relation with intimacy, in relation with inspiration, with the feeling that it's a holy place where you really feel comfortable. And I don't know if all of you in your design of your mosque were competition in your town, or you were point out according to your history as an architect in your own place, and you stated the authorities or the people that decide to who give the project, they said, he is the right architect to do it because your background. So I want to know more about how long it took you, the conceptual idea, and what kind of research you do in order to have your approach to the mosque, and how do you define the scale of the mosque, because I believe the mosque depends on the amount of people that are going to use it. There are some small mosques, big mosques. So find the right scale is not easy, in order that people can come to the mosque feel really comfortable. So I would like you to talk more about it.
Yes. Well, of course, I personally don't think that the questions of scale and intimacy are opposing issues. Of course, the scale is very often given by the client and given by the programs, and given by the capacities are given somehow by the programs of the project. But as you mentioned, the idea of intimacy and the idea of, let's say, being with oneself together with the religion, with the spiritual aspects of oneself is extremely important. And I don't know, we might never be able to see any photographs or the movie, but if you remember, if you've seen the project, basically our mosque has this, the dome of the mosque is made out of textile. Initially we thought it was going to be silk. Technically it's not possible to do that today. But we actually wanted to have this, the most prominent element of the mosque. Again, also in terms of recognition of the kind of the most symbolic in a way, the projection of the sky as the lightest part of the building. So we tried to actually make it also because we were developing a little bit this idea that the spirituality is something that does not have weight in itself. So we want to have this incredible light that describes the main space of the mosque. And it took, for example, a long time to, first of all, to convince not the jury was convinced, but afterwards discussions with the clients to make them pursue this idea to the end, and also then, of course, to technically execute in 21st century with all the rules and regulations and fire regulations. So if you look at the mosque, our mosque doesn't have any fire regulations. So basically, to produce a space which would have ambition towards spirituality without all the technical, with all the technical backup, but without all the technical issues being present all around you all the time, like in every other public building, I think that's quite important. Also, if you look at the project, if you ever seen, the building is constructed in a way inside out, because the building of the mosque is held by the external skeleton of what you see as the ornamental feature of the mosque is in fact the structure of the mosque. So it holds the mosque inside out. Therefore, the facade, the interior facade of the mosque is in fact what you would expect as an exterior facade of the building. So in that sense, we also want to have this idea that the mosque is some sort of a central, the idea of centrality in the space of the mosque. So the facade is in fact not towards the outside world, but towards the interior, towards the community. And it's practically done like that also, not executed like that. So in that sense, there are a lot of these things that you might not see at first sight, because they are basically part of the, but they are very much built into the process of construction, the process of conceiving the project. The processes of conceiving the project are not just giving, let's say, relatively finished shape to kind of a few quick ideas, but are in fact followed by this resolution process, which involves not only technical resolution, but also the thinking resolution of how you basically finish, or how you construct a project that has in fact appeared on the paper as some sort of a sketch in a competition, and then has to travel this way to become a reality with all the traps in the way. So I think the questions of intimacy were, of course, that you asked were of course part of the issues, and I hope maybe it becomes visible in the images that we see. But of course, it's a relatively large house because it's the first one, it's the only one, and it was built for 1,600 people. So in that sense, unfortunately, it's also far too small for all the events. So basically, whenever there is a big holiday, there is basically it will work well for Jumas, but it doesn't work well for holidays. So all the sports facilities, everything is built with the people, and of course it has to be able to expand. So in that sense,
Thank you so much. Can I next slide? Please. Raise your hand.
Can I ask?
Yes, please.
In talking about this urban space, unfortunately we cannot see that. But what I saw from the photographs, it's designed in a very neat way, it's very simplistic, with only one material or one color. What do you think about the future contamination of this area?
What do I think about the future?
Future contamination of this area. I mean, it's always an issue,
Yes.
as we all know. When something is designed in that way, when people comes in our cultures, mostly in the mid-eastern cultures, since you are from Eastern Europe as well, people always want some changes, and they allow themselves to have this kind of a willingness to change the space as well. So what do you think about that? Because you designed it in a very neat way. It's a very simplistic and very, let's say, sophisticated area with all these very fine details and everything. But do you think that it creates a danger of being too much contaminated afterwards? Because, I mean, if this mosque or this component was in Zurich or in, I don't know, Genova or even in Paris, you don't accept something like this. But when it's in Ljubljana or more when it's done. You always accept this, which is not a bad thing in my opinion. The creation of people or the willingness of people to change or to add something physically as well. Is it happening there? Because I heard that there's a fence. I like to see people skating. I mean, it's a nice thing from my side, but I don't know.
No,
talk about
but generally, there are two aspects to this. One is us, generally as architects, we always accept changes because I think that as an architect, you have to accept that, first of all, sometimes we fail to see all the necessities along the process, and this is what leads to changes in buildings. And also that people, in the way we did a lot of houses, and of course we have to accept that people, that not everybody lives in the way that you think they should. So in that sense, I think the changes should be accepted. Of course, they're painful sometimes for architects, but they should be accepted, or even if you're lucky, or if you're, let's say, intelligent enough, articulated in advance, or let's say predicted in advance in the projects. With this project, it doesn't work really like that, not only because we are dictatorial architects on the other hand. So our external projection will always be, you cannot do anything. But in this case, I think it's more the community that takes care of itself. Following this acceptance, such kind of praise the building plot, they actually keep it more or less absolutely the way it was initially conceived, and not only by the bosses of the community or by Mufti or whatever, but by actually the community itself. So in a way, it's unchanged. If you go to see today, apart from this fence, the fence is a problem because it's all white, and of course, if you use the bikes on the surface, you will get the black lights in the morning. So somebody has to make it. So it's more to prevent that. One maybe interesting feature of the mosque is that we actually wanted to construct it. The idea was it's all constructed white concrete and white steel. There is no stone, apart of course from the broken stones, from the recycled stones that we use in concrete, because we thought it was quite not important, but we thought it's kind of programmatically, we thought that it would be interesting to construct the mosque, which I've always, of course, the main, but the reality would be this whiteness of the stone, preferably, if possible, or the whiteness of the plaster, depending on the budget and location, to construct the mosque in a single material. So when you see the surface of the square is produced. There are also very Slovene things in this mosque. There are very local things. You probably know, but maybe not everybody's aware that Slovenia had this very famous architect who is a national hero in the 1920s and 30s, who constructed the Prague Castle and then came to Ljubljana, became the city architect and constructed the city. And he had this super refined approach to detailing. And we tried to, let's say, evoke that a little bit with the painting of the surface of the square, because the square has this kind of completely irregular shape. It was very difficult to keep it with any form of geometries. You would not be able to keep this, to hold the space material on the ground. So what we did with a few Bosnian workers that were donating their time to the mosque, so we had them to use them for whatever we wanted, because they didn't have the money, but they donated the construction time to the mosque. We prefabricated the circular pieces of terrazzo, so 8 centimeters thick. We cast them in the pipes for sewage, and then we sliced them with some sort of salami, and then we laid them as elements of the square, and then we cast concrete, and then we polished everything again, so it was kind of double recycled terrazzo. In this way, of course, we found this geometry because the circle helped us. It's more like a lava. If we could actually cover the entire surface of the square without which doesn't have regularity that you're expecting from a mosque square. And it was also a very good thing because all of these guys are now super proud because they have produced the most striking element of the mosque by donating a few hundred of their hours during some sort of economic crisis. So in that sense, but at the same time, so it was a way to appropriate it, to work on the side, but at the same time it was also the way to, let's say, recall a little bit of the detailing that we know from Lechnik, who was the master of this kind of detailing, and have this kind of surprised because he said I was expecting a Bosnian situation where, of course, the mosque would be reappropriated in 5 minutes' time. Here, I don't know if it's I hope it's because they're proud. I don't hope it happens because they're intimidated.
Thank you so much. Any more questions or comments?
So whoever wants to see the mosque ahead in my computer, I can show you afterwards.
Oh, yes, yes.
So Gemma, I'm a technical reviewer. I'm British, coming from Beirut. So it's a very similar situation to Beirut from Bosnia, right? So there's that documentary we discussed. But I'm kind of questioning, which is very interesting, the fact of land ownership, right? The fact that you identify a full community, a Muslim community, a Protestant country, right? And then that fact that you own a piece gives you proudness of you being settled, right? And creating that urban sprawl. So I'm kind of interested of how the non-Muslim community is accepting that. And is there any interaction and usage of the mosque by the non-Muslim community?
No, as I said before, it's very well accepted. So basically, it has become some sort of a little urban center for the entire neighborhood. So the neighborhood is basically bordering the center of the city, so in a sense it's splendid. It's super well used. This was also one of the prerogatives of our country in the competition. A lot of mosques in Europe happen. A lot of mosque architects design mosques which are essentially closed off from the parts of the city. Whether it is because of the wishes of the Islamic communities or whether it is because of the wishes to separate itself from the society. But our competition entry, of course, maybe naive at the time, was to make the mosque part of the city, the mosque square. So in that sense, we actually projected as extremely important aspect of the project. If you ever want to get the project accepted locally by all the inhabitants, you actually have to make it communicate. And it was accepted by the community, and they constructed it like that. So in that sense, I think that worked very well. But it's also important first for the architects, but then also for the community to accept this as a fact. Not to, if you go to, there are quite a few mosques that have been constructed in Germany in the last 10 or 15 years. They build more or less, one in Belgium, a friend of mine in Antwerp recently, they're all more or less secluded by choice or by decision from the let's say, city. They remain a little bit exterritorial.
Thank you. I have a question to Dr. Aida. You have mentioned that there is like you inspect the message from the design of the mosque as one of the criteria to choose or to select the winning mosque. So for this mosque, اليوم mosque, what was the message that you inspect?
In a way, when I arrived at Ljubljansko Mosque and only seeing it in photos before, I felt a huge sense of pride because even though Slovenia now is another country, it used to be one country and one culture, so in a way I felt it as if it was also my mosque. And I was very proud because it represented the very best of what the culture, Islamic culture on the Balkans has to offer, and I think that was one of the elements that kind of sent a strong message because everything is at the highest level. I mean, not just the mosque, but the presentations inside. There were some exhibitions. There were some, children using the sports hall facility. And I thought, okay, this is how it should be, and this is how what will represent the Islamic culture in this very western corner of Europe. So I was, in a sense, very proud of that moment, and I think that is a nice message of this mosque. Besides, of course, the architectural beauty, I mean this part.
Thank you so much, Doctor. My other question to Dr. Jalal. About the floating dome inside the mosque, have you considered that one of the elements to replace the actual dome of the mosque, and how did you evaluate that?
Thank you.
quite interesting project. Actually, I was going to ask another question which is very much relevant to that. How about is this mosque? This mosque is built in a Western country, which is a non-Muslim country. So how about the appreciation of the mosque within this context? In another way, if you are building the same mosque in an Islamic country, how does it look like? It's quite apparent that this is quite contemporary, quite modern expression. The statement is very clear, very modern in a way or another. We are away from the typical traditional symbolics of the mosques, the typical mihrabs, typical dome, etc. So it's not limited to the symbolic meaning of the dome inside the mosque. This is quite apparent. But the way that we abandon the conventional, traditional elements that we used to have it, and we replace it with another modern one that can be appreciated by the community. So however, this is for the community appreciated the dome. The dome has, of course, the inside dome, the middle one, can be interpreted in many ways, in many symbolic ways. So we're not talking about the mosque, but we're talking about the space for faith, a space for practicing prayer, not necessarily to be a typical mosque that we used to, which has a dome and has a mihrab and has this kind of ornaments and elements, etc. So what I mean is that this is depends on the context. Replacing the dome is just one example of that, but the whole mass, the whole composition, the whole setting, and the integrity with the other surrounding areas, like the landscape, like the services. This is a quite interesting example. You cannot find it, or you cannot simply place it in Saudi Arabia, because it's quite different interpretations for this kind of elements. So I appreciate your design expression on that. However, we are away from using the conventional semiotic or elements of mosque semiotics in a direct way or another, but we are redoing it in another expression way. So is it a matter of form or a matter of essence of the form that we need really to impose a dome? However, the symbolic representation of the dome in your mosque is different from the dome, for instance, of Sultan Hassan Mosque in Egypt or any other dome here or there. But at the end, we have a dome. So this is a little bit controversial for me. I mean, with all respect of the symbolic representation, that I can imagine the spirit inside the mosque, the spirituality, atmospheres that you wanted to create. It's quite apparent. However, we are using the same elements in another way.
Yes, right. Thank you so much, Dr. Jalal.
Good morning, Sarah. It's just a question. Recently, I come from Bahrain. Recently, Bahrain, I've seen a few posts on Instagram, people commenting on some of the newer design mosques, how they, to make it simple, just not to extend this comments so long, that it lacks any vernacular or local identity. I've thought about this question a lot, and especially following Mr. Jalal's comment. He said something very interesting while he was speaking. He was saying, how would you design a mosque, or could you design this mosque in a Western country, in an Islamic country? I think the question that presents itself is there such a thing as an Islamic country? I'll explain what I mean in a second. I want to go back to the verse that this conference is about. Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. Ya ayyuhan nas, inna khalaqnakum min dhakarin wa untha wa ja'alnakum shu'uban wa qaba'ila lita'arafu. Inna akramakum 'inda Allahi atqakum. I will not attempt to translate this very well, so I'll just take a quick stab at it. Allah says in the Quran, Surah Al-Hujurat, verse 13, O people, Ya ayyuhan nas, we created you from male and female and made you people and tribes so that you may know each other. The most favored among you are those who, favored among towards God are those who have most taqwa or are most pious. The reason this is interesting is that the piety comes in the context of this verse. The piety comes in the end, and the recognition of people's biology, male and female, right? And people's culture, their current standing on their values or their worldview or their practices, and then comes the piety in the end. So when we say, how would this mosque have been designed in an Islamic country, I think the question is a bit disfigured. The question should really be, how would this mosque be designed, say, in Najd, or in Hijaz, or in Ahzab, or in, you know, I can't even say Oman, because Oman has several cultures. In this part of Oman, in Matrah, maybe, or maybe again, so the point I want to make is that, you know, it's always very interesting to go back to the beginnings, right? You know, when the Prophet established the first mosque, there really was no form in that sense. And the form developed throughout time, and so on and so forth. The point is that the mosque should remind me, and based on this conversation, and here I'm kind of defending you here. And the mosque here really wants to represent its community in any geographical location it is, and on any time spectrum. I'm very much, I find it very important. So when this kind of mosque would be built in Bahrain, I may actually oppose it. I'm like, no, I don't think this mosque is suitable in Bahrain, but in the Balkans, in Slovenia, I think it's very suitable. Now the dome is an interesting question, because the dome is not an Islamic component. The dome has been there since the Greek temples and the Roman structures and churches. The dome is there's a very, you know, biological response to it. You know, when you see a dome, high ceilings, something like that, you feel a sense of awe, you're in a space that's kind of really too small, you're connected to something greater. So it's not an Islamic thing per se. And you mentioned that earlier, you said that the dome here, the color of it represented the sky. So long story short, so I went all over the place, but to kind of bring it all back together, I think when we look at the mosque, it should always be looked at in its spatio-temporal context. And the spatio-temporal context should be independent whether it's an Islamic country or not. Because good values and good culture exists everywhere. If Islam does something functionally, it organizes certain things around certain principles and appropriates them if necessary. And so the mosque plays that role among other things. And architects design mosques should capture that essence and put it into building form, as opposed to, you know, using different iconography and symbolism and so on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ali. I totally agree with you. I think we share the same view. Actually, my PhD in architecture was based principally on this basic concept that each mosque should reflect the local design of its region, not of, say, Ottoman or Islamic in general term. So I think now we are about to end this session, but before that, the floor is open also for more questions or any more comments.
Just to follow on Ali's comment regarding form, any form, whether it's a dome or an arch or a mashrabiyya, it has nothing to do with Islam. As, I think the principles in Islam are basically philosophical. And because of that, our problem as architects, and I'm just trying to think now, our problem as architects is with others who are not architects, and they define what is called Islamic architecture, which does not exist on my own side, on my own thinking, as a dome or as an arch or a mashrabiyya. These are forms that have been created to respond to certain needs at a certain time in a certain culture. That's all. I don't think there's anything that has nothing to do with
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Saleh.
I might be wrong, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm just expressing my own, I do think after 50 years of being
I appreciate what you have said, and I agree totally with you.
I would like to comment on, I mean, being Islamic is philosophical, but also semiotic. So it means sociological. It means that recognized by the community, by the users. So this is where I think we need to keep something semiotically say this is a mosque, and this is why I hold on minaret so tightly because I think this is the strongest element in a mosque. I mean, to recognize it, and me as a big traveler, I mean, I recognize mosque. I go to places where I want to know where is the mosque. I want to visit the mosque. So I think the minaret helped so much on this. I have a question. I mean, we as a juror, we don't like any fence. We want to dilute the boundaries between the profane and the sacred, if you like. I mean, and the idea is really to somehow to extend the sacred. So usually we don't like any fence, but we do understand sometimes the functional necessity of a fence. So I would like to comment on this, and also it's. I mean, the first time I discovered a cafeteria is inherent part of a mosque is in Turkey, and I love it because as a sociologist, I mean, using mosques, I notice how community and especially elderly people extend their spiritual time by socializations over tea and really this is amazing. A restaurant, even it's not a cafeteria, it's a restaurant. It's very hospitable for everyone and not only to the community. So yeah.
It's also very important to always try that there's hundreds and hundreds of people there. And that it's basically it's sunken into one of the courtyards, so it basically faces the park. So from the space in front of the mosque, the square, let's say it retains its kind of more less profane. So basically, yeah, it's working very. It's a very something that you see very much in Turkey today. So the mosque is also well extended into the social center, as you said.
Part of parties.
Cafeterias.
Part of parties.
Yes. And of course, not only you as a jury, but also the architects don't like differences that much. But sometimes you have to accept it, so they happen. Yeah, so somehow you would have seen the videos you've been able to see. Otherwise, I think that yes, for us it was. I think in the case, yeah, as you will the defense in my name, because in that sense, of course, about the specificity of a solution and relation of what we do as architects to where we work or how we think at the time that we work. So in that sense, of course, I never thought what would our project or mosque look like in another context, because I would have to look at it in that context. Or when I work potentially accept context somehow implies the physicality and conditions are much more equity that goes into one project is very important. Sometimes, of course, they are in there somewhere, but they're also part of that process of conditions somehow end up becoming a project.
Thank you so much. Any more questions or comments? Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you for a wonderful presentation. I just want to know, having heard the debate of the philosophy of the mosque of life, whether it should be so, what motivated you to have the dome inside, where it is actually much so high as what goes is it a sculpture or I guess know your feeling over it that motivated you to have
as I said, we wanted the inside to become the outside, so in a sense we technically constructed the building inside. If you go and see it, today, you will see that, and if you look from the parameters of the technical knowledge of an architect, you will see that the building is constructed itself. So the inside space is the public space. And then we wanted the mosque. We wanted the textiles. One thing was, as I said, the religion is something that does not have weight, in the sense it should be the lightest part of the building. That was one consequence. The other consequence is we looked a lot in the miniatures from the 14th and 15th century at the time when we were doing this. Is also part of the conditions, how you do a project. Sometimes you are looking at the books, and so that we were looking at all these moving mosques, mosques that were moving across territories as the warriors were traveling in the 14th and 15th centuries. And we realized how little a mosque needs to be defined. It's basically a tent that would get erected in a position B. And also, if you look at the community in Slovenia, it's actually a migrant community. So in that sense, it was also part of their nature that religion was something that you are carrying within yourself. And basically, the building is just a final expression if it happens, but the religion is there. So in that sense, we wanted this light element to express this kind of, let's say, the migrant origins of the so I think, and it was very well accepted. There were a lot of questions. There were questions from the very, very intellectual people, but there were also questions from the community itself of how to understand this. So in that sense, yes, the interior of the mosque is exterior. And that says, in more than one sense, also the physical sense of construction, we kind of follow this way construction.
So can we just conclude that you can't run away from the fact that the dome is actually connected to what we recognize as a mosque?
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. So before we end this session, I would like to thank you, Architect Faiza. We enjoyed the discussion and congratulations again on the winning. I would like to thank also our guests, Architect Amiri Orolat, Dr. Aida Idris Bigovic, and Dr. Jalal Bibanda. Thank you all for our audience. Thank you so much.
ممكنين. طبعا تعلمنا أن العبارة مقولات لنا ونعلم كذلك الكورس المختلفة. طبعا some of the session will be in English to respect also the attendees here. We just prepared an introduction in Arabic as per the price. Some of the quotes that we always teach our students: as an architect, you design for the present with an awareness of the past for a future which is essentially unknown. Architecture is not about space, but about time. Architecture is about thoughtful making of space. Some believe that architecture is art, nothing else. Architecture is not based on concrete or steel or the elements of the soil, it is based on wonder. And we know one of the values of architecture is awe and wonder. هنالك قيم متعددة وأحاسيس عند الحديث عن العمارة. There are many exceptional values and feelings when we speak about architecture. And speaking about an exceptional type of architecture, which is mosques, today we must talk about spirituality. When we evaluate and design, we talk about functionality and aesthetics, but today we must include spirituality as an element of a connection between God and human beings, which is in prayer. And the main function of such buildings is prayer and other functions and activities. تبدو مدينته إليه مفخرة، تبدو إليه وقد أضحى لها رمزا، لكل جزء به جدوى وفائدة، لكل نقش وتصميم به مغزى. This way, with this poem, yesterday they announced the prize of the mosque in Ankara. I hope I pronounce it right. Tujor Mazada Ali. Is that right as a pronunciation? The architect?
Can you please repeat? I couldn't get it.
Is it right pronouncing the name of the mosque that won the prize, which is yours? The Jorma Zada Ali Pasha?
Huh?
This is Dora Majid.
Yes.
Can you pronounce it in Turkish better?
We can't hear you so well from here, unfortunately. We can't hear you so well from back here.
What's the name of it in Turkish? The mosque?
Well, it's called the Dora Majid Mosque.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, so that's better. So today we're going to speak and analyze the elements of the winning design with the junior Professor Mustafa, the technical reviewers, Ms. Gemma, and architect Ali. We're going to talk about the different values that make this an exceptional mosque. The values of space and place, the philosophy of space, the architectural mass itself, what did it add to the context of the place, the architectural elements, and most importantly, the interior shapes that make this mosque won this prize, where we saw in the video the wooden elements, the stone, and the filigree. Okay, so we're going to display the screens now, the previous winning mosque, which is the Slovenian mosque, for 10 minutes, and then we're going to carry on with the Ankara mosque.
Heel veel kaas al. Oké, nou, dit is het.
Yok şu an ben çok şey şu tekrar beni gösterecek.
بينما يسير كثير المقاطع يقطع البعض الآخر في البيوت جميعهم يلتقون ويسلكون مسارا واحدا للحياة تكبر المآلف وترضى صوتها يكون ذلك الصوت على جميع الأصدقاء من كل مساء نداء واحد من حناجر معترفة يخبر الجميع هذا الحال لا تطلقه فيسلكون طريقا واحدا للحياة طريقا واحدا للصلاة سلوفيا أرض كانت جزءا من إمبراطوريات عظمى بالعصور القديمة والوسطى والحديثة شكلتها الحروب والمتغيرات إلى أن أصبحت كيانا مستقلا يكتب تاريخه بنفسه يغطي نصفه الغابة وتكتسي بطبيعة خلابة مما يجعلها مريحة للنظر تعد حاضنة للإسلام والمسلمين ويصلح آلامها دون انقطاع في المناطق والحجاب قريب بما يكفي من القطار يتوسط سلوبيا وخلفيته بياض يغطي ويعم جبال الأهل مسجد ومجمع يوبيلي الإسلامي أكبر المساجد في شرق أوروبا وأحدثها افتتح في عام 2020 على مساحة 2800 متر ويتسع حتى 1400 مصلي ليس بمسجد نمطي بل تحفة معمارية آسرة. The initial concept is still there. We want to create a kind of a series of buildings that create more like a urban situation. We want to have this feeling that it's like a small village and a community, so it's not a single building that includes the mosque and the school and the offices and the community, but it's actually a series of villages that create an urban situation. مكعب وكرة وأسطوانة أشبه بمسرح متعدد الاستخدامات فلم يكن مجرد مركز ديني وإداري أو قاعة محاضرات أو مركزا ثقافيا يضم في جنباته مراكز للتعليم والرياضة وغيرها مثال أنيق ومبهر في العمارة الحديثة التي تراعي الأبعاد الهندسية البسيطة دون زخرفة. The ornamental thing that you see that surrounds the mosque is in fact the structure of the mosque. So in a way, there is this idea that the mosque is suspended towards the interior and the structure of the mosque is surrounding it. So that was a kind of a technical challenge, and that was also a structural challenge, because in a sense we have to construct a building which is inside out. So on the outside is the structure, on the inside is the building. So that was, let's say,
like to start with the
متوشح بالبياض ومدرع في تكوينه بالخشب والفولاذ والزجاج، توفر أسطحه الزجاجية ضوءا طبيعيا طوال العام. أما الإضاءات الخشبية فتضفي دفئا ملموسا على المكان. تتوسط القبة الدائرية من القماش الأزرق تجعل المرء يشعر بلحظات وكأنه يطفو في السماء. أما المئذنة الأسطوانية بلونها الأبيض النقي ترتفع بكل تواضع 40 مترا بتصميم عصري لافت.
So in that sense, the main structure is of course concrete and then steel. We also want to have a display of two ways in which we use steel. In the mosque building, the steel simultaneously ornament and the structure. So in a sense, the mosque stands on one unit.
في الليل يصبح الضوء المنبعث من مكعب المسجد والمئذنة تعبيرا ملموسا للمدينة العتيقة. تنعكس على روح المكان وجود حدائق غناء وامتداد للون الأخضر السرمدي، فتضفي للمتأمل روحانية وسكينة. تختلف الأنماط ذات الشكل الماسي على واجهات المبنى من حيث الحجم، وتوفر تماسكا بصريا يخلق هوية مميزة له. مرونته تسمح بإعادة تشكيل مساحاته وتطويرها لتلائم بشكل دائم المستجدات، نظرا لفرادة تصميمه وعبقرية مصمميه. حصل المسجد على جائزة بليشنك، وهي جائزة للعمارة النموذجية. بالأمل والعمل، بالحرفة والشجاعة تبنى العمران وتخلد تفاصيلها. يحمل هذا المعمار في جنباته قصة حضارة وموروث إنساني، جاء كجسر ثقافي ونجح ليكون حلقة وصل بين المجتمع الإسلامي وأوروبا.
The mosque just had the first training, and when you see so many people in a way united in this building, you realize the importance of what you constructed. It's much more than just an architectural project. It's much more than just it's just an important symbol of the kind of recognition of a huge group of people in society. That it's kind of touching, it's kind of moving, because you realize how important, even though we spent 8 years working on it, how important it was for these people to have this.
The video for the mosque in Ankara will be a bit late, so we'll have the discussion first with the architect, the tutor, and the evaluation. I'd like to invite the tutor to introduce himself.
cannot hear.
We cannot hear anything.
We cannot hear.
Okay. Talking about this particular project, it's quite clear that the fact that the architect actually put the main form look like in itself, it's immediately, we know exactly what is the meaning of relating to this particular concept and affiliation with the fact that the Kaaba, when we say the view, immediately what triggers in our mind is the Kaaba in Mecca. And that is why the Almighty Subhanahu wa Ta'ala has announced that this particular mosque is immediately triggers and the reference or the affiliation of relationship between the mosque itself and the al-Haram what we wanted to know, most of these projects somehow refrain from any reference, any Quranic reference to actually make this place immediately recognized as a mosque. It's not
Excuse me, can I just say something quickly? Everybody, would you be able to translate for us? Because I don't have the Turkish capacity to translate in a Turkish technical way. Can I allow you to do that, if possible? Yeah. Excuse me, sorry.
Can you say this again, please? So thank you, Dr. Mustafa. So can you translate the summary of what Dr. Ahmed was saying? Maybe we can have an introduction from the architect about the mosque, a summary about the mosque, and then Dr. Ahmed can elaborate more alongside with the technical reviewers, please.
Hello, everybody. Let me try to talk a couple of words about the mosque. I believe the genetics of religious buildings are usually have historical roots. And in this project I worked, I thought that this historical
I thought this historical genetics in a religious building is very important. For example, in the Ottoman Mosque, the patio, the minaret, the grand door, and mihrab. These are all very important elements. I tried to modernize these elements and try to give a new meaning to it in a modern way. Well, this is the main idea I had, in fact. But I also thought that any religious building must have a relation with nature. It's of course very important that nature can mingle with religion, and it gives a deeper meaning. Another thing that I must say is that I think buildings are living creatures. I mean, they live, they sleep, they wake up in the morning, and this is because of light. I think light is a very important factor in all buildings, but in religious buildings more, I think, because it is a metaphysical thing. You cannot really, I mean, you just feel it. You feel it, and it revives a building. Therefore, I thought I should use the power of light in my mosque. That was my main objective: the direct light, the indirect light. You know, light has too many meanings. And for example, I can give you a building, a 2,000-year-old Pantheon in Rome. It is one of the very important religious buildings in the world because it's a very simple building. It has an oculus on top of 8 meters opening where light comes in and delights everything. This we can see in many of Ottoman mosques also in Istanbul. Light is used in a very powerful way. These are the things I can say about my design. Thank you.
Thank you. It's an exceptional design. Now we will play the video that will show the most exceptional parts of the elements that you mentioned. Architect Erkut, thank you very much and congratulations on winning this prize. We're very proud to have you here today. So can we play the video, please? And then we will have you.
عندما تدخل الأماكن الصمت ويبدأ الصقيع الشوارع في الثلث الأخير من الليل إلى أن ينتهي السحر، تكون الولاء في أرض هدوئها. في تلك اللحظة يصدح صوت من المآرب. الله أكبر، الله أكبر، يطرق المدينة قلبا قلبا، نداء يلبيه الناس، ويبدأ اليوم بعد أن يهب للحياة معنى جديدا. مسجد دورة المساجد علي باشا، تفاصيل لا تميل الأعين. قاعة صلاة يتكون سطحها من أضلاع مثلثة ثلاثية الأبعاد، تخترقه عموديا قبة زجاجية بهيكل ثلاثي بين الأخضر والأزرق، تنتشر ظلال ضوئها غير المباشر لتتماهى على جبينها خيوط الشمس. تضاهيها مئذنة منفردة شامخة كجبل الشام، بزغ بين الحدائق الغناء متوشحا بالوقار والروحانية. شُهِد بأحجار جيرية تركية تناغمت ألوانها بعناصر الطبيعة، ونحتت أروقته بالزخارف الحجرية بشكل محوري نحو القبلة. ترسوم ألواح خشب القيقام بشجعها أسماء الله الحسنى وآياته، وتزينت بلون الذهب الخالص. أما جلبات فتألقت بنوافذ تنقل المتأمل من خلالها إلى فناء خارجي فسيح يشابه رحابة الحرم الجامعي بجواره. هذه التركيبة الهندسية التي تثري في سطح قاعة الصلاة ما تفتقر المساجد الأخرى المعاصرة، هيكلة عمرانية تمتثل بمبادئ الاستدامة البيئية والاجتماعية والاقتصادية. صمم ليكون أيقونة تتفاخر بها مدينة أنقرة، مسجد متكامل الأركان أسس في عام 2007 ميلادي على أرض تبلغ مساحتها 11,944 مترا مربعا، ليتسع ل 550 مصلٍ. جمع في زواياه معالم لكافة الطوائف والأديان، إلا أنه فرد متميز عن كل ما حوله. لوحة فنية كونتها دوافع جلية وقصص كثيرة لا يعرف أسرارها إلا أصحابها.
The most important thing is when a user enters into a building, whether he likes it or not, is very metaphysical, you know. You cannot hold it with your hands. You like a place or not. But when you enter, if you say, well, this is a good place, then the architect has done the job. So feelings, feelings are very important. You forget the material, the carpet, the wall, but the feeling is important. When you enter a building, if you can create that, then you're okay. And this place, when we built it, when we finished, I remember workers who worked here, they came up to me and said that they felt very happy to build this building. And I was happy, So everyone was happy. This is a good feeling. And I always remember that.
في رحاب المدن تطاولت الأبنية وتعلقت الهندسة بتفاصيل معمارية آسرة، وظل المسجد مرعى يبيض أمانا وسكينة وأفقا تصدح فيه الآيات وترفع على محرابه الدعوات. كل لبنة فيه شامخة شاهدة تختزل سطرا عن رحلة تجريده وتخفف طياتها الكثير من التحديات والعقبات التي طويت بشغف المثابرة وبصيرة الخبرة لتجسد قصة النجاح. بين 101 في 70 دولة في 6 قارات رشحت لجائزة الفوزان لعمارة المساجد. تميزت 5 منها لتكون منارة يهتدى بها إلى أرض الطمأنينة، ولوحة تخلد فنون العمارة الحديثة. لكل مسجد قصة تروى بالألسنة وترى بالقلوب، زواياه مرايا تعكس طابعه وهويته، ليحظى بقيم وخصائص تؤهله لجائزة الفوزان لعمارة المساجد، التي أسست في عام 2011 من أرض الحرمين الشريفين. انطلقت إلى منطقة الخليج لتصل اليوم إلى العالم أجمع. امتداد فني معماري أتم 4 دورات حتى الآن ضمن مجموعة من المبادرات لتتويج بيوت الله العامرة.
Together, what are the 3 main elements that made you think that this is a mosque that deserves to win this prize? If you name just 3 elements.
The most important thing here is the volume. Hello? The most important thing in this particular project is the volume itself. It has, to start with, the way it is summed up, the cube. Subhanallah. The most important thing about this particular project is its reference to the cube. When we say Kaaba, we're talking about the cube. I don't want to go into much more complicated issue regarding what is the meaning of the cube. However, it is indicated that the Almighty Subhanahu wa Ta'ala has referred to the cube as his house. The cube in Mecca is his house, the godly house. So this is the fascinating thing about this particular reference. The second thing, obviously, is the letter. We don't have, I would have loved to see much more reference to the Quran itself, with reference to the indication of the letter. However, it's the way I see the way referred to some indications here and there, somehow very moderate, very, I would say, is as if it is not there really, because first of all the actual space between them are quite large. The second thing is it referred to the actual indication of what is referred to as a Quranic textual reference, but what actually makes the third element is the color. As you know, white is not a color. White and black is not a color. The basic colors refer to three sources of colors, i.e. yellow, blue, and red. This we call them color. As we know, if we refer to them as a reference of color, in white is not necessarily a color.
I would disagree with you.
This is not my opinion. This is alchemist.
Yeah, because there are some studies. I'm a specialist in color design. Okay, so I was told not to use the mic because my voice is enough. So that's a very interesting point to discuss about color and pigments. I'm a color designer mainly. My PhD was in color design and we looked at color science. This is a very important point that most architects and designers believe that white and black are not colors. They're actually chromas because we're talking about pigments. So speaking about lights and the light wheel, this is when white and black are sometimes not considered colors. So, but when we talk about the built environment and the materials which are based on pigments, we would definitely refer to white as a color because it has a mix of pigments and chemistry in there.
There is no other color can actually compete with white with regard to absorbers,
yes,
to absorb colors, or to reflect colors. And this has nothing to do with color. Color is neither absorbing nor reflecting. So in that case, it is not a color.
It depends. It's a huge debate that we can go and speak about it for a long time.
We can actually take a long time speaking about this particular detail.
Maybe with Memar Erkut after the session. So you would think it's the color combination,
black and white.
That made this mosque winning. So recognizing the colors used and applied.
The fact that the architect referred to most of the different textures of different lines and
the shapes and the textures.
It's in itself it's emphasizing that white and black are not
colors. Okay, I agree.
So this is.
And speaking about the calligraphy used, you mentioned. I know before the session you mentioned that your PhD was in calligraphy and the different.
Now my PhD is not necessarily about calligraphy, but it's about what's so called هندسة الحروف, the geometry of letters. The geometry of letters is a vast subject. Does
it include calligraphy, what we've seen in the different materials applied here?
The minute we actually see certain textual inscription, immediately triggers the concept of what's called calligraphy. For many times I've already referred to calligraphy as a reference to an inscription. But in Arabic, there isn't such thing called calligraphy. The reference to calligraphy is called penmanship. The al-qalam is referred to when the complexity of relationship between letters and directions and thickness and all of these elements integrated together in order to refer to us alphabetically to refer to the actual text itself we wanted to pin down. Okay. As regard to the three elements of penmanship, we have to realize, and this is not too many, perhaps not too many of you are aware that the actual pen introduced to the whole concept of geometrical entity in writing, not necessarily the pen producing the letters. As a matter of fact, it is the other way around. It is the letters exactly dictating the exact angle and the exact reference to the exact penmanship supposed to be targeted. So for many reasons, I feel the actual mosque itself for playing an important role in the criteria of what the what is the architects supposed to focus upon. But if you feel like taking a different direction, referring to the pen and the pen itself pointing towards a particular criteria upon which the actual reference to writing supposed to do, it's I'll be delighted to listen to what you're saying.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Ahmed. I think we can talk about Arabic letters and the geometry of letters for long with you, and this is maybe in another session. I would like to include the technical reviewers, Architect Gemma and Architect Ali, if you introduce yourself first, and then maybe we can comment on Professor Ahmed's exceptional 3 elements that made this mosque an award-winning. Please.
Hello, I'm Gemma Shitian. I'm one of the technical reviewers on this board. I am the founder of Gemma Shitian Architects and instructor at Lebanese American University, and I'm honored to be here today. So do you want to pass it to Ali? All right, should I continue on that? Yeah. All right. The three points that I found interesting in this project, I think one that we start to debate on the fact of sacred reality and how we conduct something called a sacred reality, and that is including the natural landscape with the built environment. And I think that's quite interesting that the architect actually immersed the landscape within the project. And then we start to see a sacred whole. And once we start stating the sacred whole, then we start to see an interface between the landscape, which is an exterior form, and then the interior. I think that dialogue that started to happen between the natural environment and the built form, we're starting to ignite through the tectonics that are happening a sacred reality. Now that progression did not stop there. While the worshipper actually progresses through the space, that's the interesting part of it, is that they progress through space, through thresholds, and then they progress through different types of light and to different intensities. And that's what I call a choreography, and a choreography through a space to reach the sacred divine. Once we're able to attain that, I think we're able to call it a winner. I think once we arrive to the interior, because it's not really about just the prayer space itself. But applying the third element, which I think is as well the most prominent there, is the architectonics or the juxtaposition of different layers, whether it was material, whether it was types, whether it was textures, and that defines an atmosphere. And when we talk about atmospheres, we talk about a temporal art, and that I call is a mosque of temporal art, and therefore I think then we've reached the sacred divine. And for me, I think that's through these 3 aspects of progressing from one space to another to be able to realize the sacred whole, this is definitely a winning project. Thank you.
Were you one of the technical reviewers that visited the mosque?
No, I wasn't the technical reviewer on that one, unfortunately. It would be lovely to visit it.
Maybe we can
but
all
yeah,
go and,
definitely. But I think the other technical reviewers have given us an insight on it, and I think the architect has done well. And I think the cataloging and documentation that the technical reviewers apply and the discussions that we've had already promise and ignite for us a recognition of something really sprawling, something sacred in its divine. It's sacred, definitely. You can actually feel it. And this is where we talk about feelings of space, right? Yes. And to be able to create that atmosphere, I think it takes a lot of understanding of spaces, understanding of juxtaposition of things. And once we start applying that in the right direction, then the resultant is works well with the human figure and the worshippers, and we can see that through the videos and the architect himself. Yep.
Thank you, Gemma. Thank you. please introduce yourself, and you can give us your opinion on the 3 elements that made this mosque exceptional.
I'll briefly introduce myself, but I'm actually very interested to hear, before I give my commentary, I'm very interested to hear from the person, the technical reviewer who visited the mosque. Who visited this one? Cool, okay. So I'll briefly introduce myself. Ali Lari from Bahrain, architect. I have moved to the dark side by working in the real estate development industry, so hello. But Ko, do you mind if I hear from you first before I comment? I'm really interested to hear your perspective.
Thank you, Ali. Hi, my name is Ko Gopers. I'm a Dutch architect with my studios in Barcelona. I actually work in Spain and places around Europe. Very honored to be here.
Yeah? Okay, great. I was very honored to be invited to be a technical reviewer, and I visited this mosque in the month of May. And I think this is also where we show how the process of the Al-Fawzan Award is interesting, and it's very important because of the role of the technical reviewers and the fact that they physically visit the buildings that are going to be up for the awards, because I find that this is one building where I think the video was brilliant, but before I went, all I saw was some photos, and I thought I'd formed an opinion that was completely overthrown when I actually arrived on the scene. And I find that the way it is anchored in its landscape, and the fact that there's this openness to all sides, so there are 2 courtyards around the mosque, which play an important role, because actually the prayer room is not that large, so there's a lot of overspill often into outside spaces. There's also a prayer room in the basement.
And that's the progression Jenna mentioned.
Exactly. There's this, you can approach it from all sides, and so there's a formal entrance, but actually the formal entrance plays a minor role, because in a way you are just automatically drawn into this building when you drive around, because it's in an area of it's a campus, a university campus area. There's a commercial center nearby, so you typically approach it by car, and therefore actually the dome that you see, the golden dome, is an important feature in that sense, because yes, I know that's a traditional element often, and it's regarded as such, but I think the strength of this project is actually taking certain traditional elements and yet making a very modern building, and the whole way it's set in the landscape. Those are very modern gestures. The whole architectural route, you know, that has become such an important element since the 40s and 50s. That's a very strong element, and it happens on all levels. So even the access to the female prayer space is on an interesting other level, which also has many visual connections with the courtyards and with the landscape, and then the framing of different views of the city. So I found that was something that's very hard to catch in photographs. It's something you have to experience. And then what Gemma also mentioned, this feeling of the sacred, which, I mean, Erkut, you talk about emotions, and I'm always interested in ultimately, we architects, what we have is materials to work with, you know, the actual physical material in order to create those, and, well, not just a physical material, the light as well, as you mentioned, and those things are very strong. So there's a very limited palette of materials used, and then the light is a very strong element. And so the way you move around the space, you instantly understand, because it's quite a complex building actually when you start studying it. But when you move through it as a user, you instantly understand which spaces are for which functions, where's the sacred, where's the more community spaces, and I think in that sense I think it's an important project because it forms a bridge from traditional mosque architecture to the modern, actually. So it's not, we often see modern, which is disconnected from the traditional. So interesting here, it is actually marrying the traditional to the modern and therefore creating kind of like a continuum in the architectural language. So I really think that's an important essence of this building.
Thank you very much. You made us again want to go and visit there. So speaking about light, as Erkut mentioned, and maybe shade and shadow, maybe the technical reviewer who visited could elaborate more. The role of light, shade and shadow in this kind of spiritual context that architecture would build. What would you add in that matter?
Okay, I would rather not comment on that. I'll leave that to someone who actually visited the mosque, because I think shade and shadow is a very experiential matter. However, I do want to comment on a few things. You asked earlier what are some of the elements that made this mosque successful for me. So, Ko, you mentioned something very important. I think, generally speaking, in mosque design today, there's a temptation to copy. There's a temptation to copy when you're in a context of an existing Muslim society, to copy what, quote-unquote, we call traditional mosque design. When you're in a place like Slovenia, for example, the previous mosque, you're tempted to copy mosque styles from regions that are closest to, let's say, where the mosque is, or if it's an immigrant community, to copy mosque styles from where they came from. And I think what Ma'mar Erkut here did very interestingly and successfully is not to copy, but to take the principles of good architecture, right? Of good architecture for sacred buildings, the gradation of spaces, the progression between outside, a courtyard, then inside. This is not unique to this building. In fact, this is a very elemental design approach in mosque architecture across the world, I would say. So that translation of those principles into contemporary form, and I don't like using the word modern in this context because modern is its own style. That translation of architectural principle from the form that it took historically to a form of today, I think was a huge element of success in this project. Now, one thing that I think is very important is the craft in this building. And by craft, I don't mean how the stone joints are, they're mitered and they're not and all that. No, I think the craft in, for example, the mihrab had those squinches, the muqarnasat. I think the way the calligraphy is present in the mosque. I want to mention a quick story by a presentation I by an interview I watched with Ma'mar Abdul Wahid al-Wakil on Al Jazeera. It was, I think, published maybe a few weeks ago. He said a very interesting story about when he was designing Quba Mosque. Quba Mosque in Saudi Arabia, in Medina, first mosque. And what was interesting about the story, he said that when he came to explore doing the calligraphy, he was told, look, we can bring just ready-made things and put them there. And he's like, no. He had received kind of a call or something from Moroccan craftsmen that are jobless because everything's been automated. And he had invited them to come over and, by hand, hammer these letters into stone on site. And the story was very interesting. He's like, they would hang a little radio or a little, kind of tape recorder, whatever, and you'd, on reciting the Quran, and they'd be working all day. You'd hear the sound of the hammers, and then someone reciting the Quran in the background from these radios, and complete silence. That's all you hear: the Quranic recitation and the act of forming the letters and the calligraphy. I found it interesting because, sorry, I tend to head in directions and then bring things back up, so bear with me a little bit. I find that interesting because that, I don't want to say revival, we could use the word revival, that continuation, that keeping alive of the crafts
by using it in a space that we usually tend to give more towards, a mosque, like we will spend on a mosque, right? It's very important. I want to go back to the Slovenian mosque for a second. The Slovenian mosque, not only was it the first mosque in Slovenia, but also the first and only halal restaurant in Slovenia, if I understood that correctly. So a mosque should play those roles. Should, yes. It should be the first in something. It should continue a certain craft. It should have that broader role of not just serving the community, but serving a trajectory of a craft or an industry or I mean, I'll give you guys a little hint. There's a mosque we're going to be talking about, or someone's going to be talking about in Mozambique, for example, by the Ma'mar, the gentleman who was also a student of Abdul Wahid al-Waki. He said that they had to build the kiln first for the bricks, build the bricks, you know, for a year, and then start building the mosque after that. I find these stories very interesting because not only the role of the mosque here is not just a place for gathering and worshipping and getting to know people, but it's a place that industry gets revived and extended. That's a role that I think gets overlooked. So that's one thing, or two things. So the first was the translation, temporally, spatio-temporally. The second was industry. The third, I think, there was mentioning in, again, I can be quite particular about these things, but because, as they say, the devil is in the details or something like that. We talked about the dome being a traditional element. I beg to differ. The dome is I'm going to use a word that's not very technical, it's because I'm not an academic, so I'll talk in my own terms. The dome is a very biological element in the sense that we humans will biologically react in a certain way when we are in a space that is high and there's a dome, right? It gives us certain feelings. And so this goes back to a question of light. The way light interacts with a space, the way light penetrates a space, the way it filters and so on. There's a biological reaction that creates certain feelings and creates certain emotions and evokes certain memories and so on. So I believe that the dome is not a traditional element, and if it is, then I would dare replace the word traditional and call it a principle of designing a space to evoke a certain feeling. A quick commentary on the use of geometry in that mosque. When we talk about architecture in Arabic, we say Imara or Ma'mari or Imran, whatever, which refers to building. But the real word that we should use here, and thanks to Dr. Hani for this, because he kind of got me thinking about this idea. The real word we should be using here is muhandis. Muhandis means a person who deals with geometry, coming from hendasa, geometry. And that mosque truly feels geometrical. You can get that sense of geometry. It's very present, but it's not present in a traditional way, right, dare I say. It's present in a real, principled, contemporalized way. And that to me is another element of success, that use of geometry, that revival of geometry, that revival of craft, calligraphy. What else did we say?
Stone as well, stone work.
Right, right. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Architect Ali. I like how you refer to the dome as a biological element of architecture. And this may be when you, Ma'mar Erkut, you mentioned that this building is a story that you bring in life to the architecture itself. So I would like to hear from you, Architect Erkut. You referred to light as a main element that you wanted to apply in the architecture of this building. We would like to elaborate more on light, shade, and shadow, and how this experiential, I would say experiential spatial element is important for the spirituality of the building, of worshipping, as we refer to the element of awe and wonder in architecture, and how you connected the story of
shadow in the space of social.
Hello? Okay. Let me try to explain what I want to mean. You know, I think meaning in life is very important. And I'm very thankful to Al Fawzan Foundation because they provide us a space for architects to create a meaning. So we're talking about meaning for mosques here, you know, what's the meaning for everyone? It's very difficult to tell because, as I tried to tell before, it is very metaphysical, you know. What is metaphysical meanings? It is shade, light, color, texture. This is very difficult to tell, you know. You just feel it, I mean. And if I look at architecture in a different way, I think an architecture should be user-friendly. If somebody is in a space and if he is happy, that's architecture. That's my translation about architecture. And I felt this when I was a very young student, when I visited master's buildings. In some of them I was very, very happy, and I thought how an important profession architecture was. So feeling is the thing. It's very difficult to tell, you know. If you are there, if you feel it, it's okay. If no, you don't even talk about it.
Yes, maybe the technical reviewer who visited the mosque actually can tell us more about the experience of light and shadow. It's interesting how it's different from a person to another. Even if I'm living in a situation that I visit this mosque, I see and the philosophy of space and experiencing this space, it depends on the emotions of the user itself and the philosophy of space. So maybe if I visit today and I experience the light and shadow, is different than tomorrow or another situation.
No, this is the interesting thing, because before I was saying how we architects, we have materials to work with, and then we have light, which is basically where we don't use material. No, it's where we leave the material out and light can get in. What's interesting is that we all try to generate a certain feeling, right? In the case of Erkuti, he wants us to feel happy in the building, and yet it seems like something not tangible. What I can say is that my experience, and actually on the trip I was accompanied by my husband, who's not an architect, and doesn't know very much about mosques or mosque design and didn't have much experience of visiting, and he was also very impressed. So this was quite universal. So it wasn't just that it was working as a mosque, it was working as a more universal spiritual space. And even, I would say, the acoustics were important in that, because actually, I mean, we don't have much time, but there are many elements in this mosque that have not been mentioned that are about the way technical aspects of it, like it's the whole way the climate functions, so that people, and that is something that will contribute to the happiness of people in a space, is the space the right temperature for people? So for instance, they come and pray, but the rest of the day, it largely stands empty, and they have a computer-controlled system which makes sure that actually that space is exactly at the right temperature when people go in to pray, and that will contribute to their happiness. It's one of those things that's often forgotten. The other thing is acoustics. The acoustics in the prayer hall are extraordinarily well designed. There are perforated panels, which everything technical about the design disappears completely in the overall design, which is also very, it's a very high achievement. So at first sight you think, well, it has a dome and it has a minaret, so this is traditional, right? But actually it is not. That's why I think it's such an important design, because it really gives us tools to go into the new century, because this is the thing about modern architecture. I mean, Ali, you said modern is a style in itself. Well, actually modern is 100 styles, isn't it? And there's one of the things about modern architecture is the disconnect between modern and traditional architecture, and so sometimes buildings that try and form a bridge like this building does, where it speaks to the traditional elements but yet transforms them, I think are very important.
Thank you very much.
But I didn't mention light, did I? Sorry, I'll just say one more thing. Light's very important, because what's very successful about the design is that the prayer hall is actually a space inside a space. So the exterior is a cube, and the prayer hall is an octagonal space, and the space in between is lit with natural light in a really good way. So the light helps you move around the building. It's really a high accomplishment.
Thank you. Now, you mentioned the tangible and intangible. Speaking about tangible and intangible in terms of elements of design, especially in the interior, let's talk about the interior space and the philosophy of creating a space within a space. Speaking about patterns as a tangible element that we touch and see and experience within the space, what was the main pattern that you wanted to keep and celebrate within the space internally?
But I want to answer this question with an exaggeration, maybe. But, you know, when we're talking about tangible things, you know, smell is also a factor in any building. And when you enter a building, maybe you like the smell of it, you know, sometimes. I mean, this is another tangible thing. But when I designed, I wasn't aware of what I was doing, but I was aware of the materials I was using, because wood, when you use wood in a religious building, it pays. I mean, wood is a very living creature, you know, it lives all through its life. So I think wood gives another feeling to a building, you know, when you use wood and stone, of course, the natural materials give a certain character to a building, to any building. I'm not talking about my own building, but it is so. I mean, materials and metaphysical values add too much to a building. Maybe I can give you a small example. For example, you visit a house, and there you like the fireplace. Then you like the house, because the fireplace has a certain warmth and smell, and then you like the space. This is very difficult to tell. I mean, this is just how you feel and how you feel about the space. Therefore, I mean, this is what I can say all about.
What about the stone artwork mentioned in the video? It's mentioned that the stone artwork was oriented towards the Qibla somehow? Working with stone, the pattern or motifs?
I mean, the stone I used was travertine. That's very natural stone. You can find a lot in Turkey, and it's used in old mosques all over Turkey. I don't know if it was the music, huh? No, I don't think there's. I don't think there is any relation to Qibla and to stone. No.
Just an aesthetical element.
Yes. Okay.
Now maybe we have around 15 minutes to conclude or less. Maybe we can talk about with the viewer, Professor Ahmed, and the technical reviewers, and yourself and Mark about the very important topic that Jim mentioned, which is the progression of space, and how this creates a philosophy within the space and is very important for the user experience thinking with our type of architecture. So maybe we start with you, Gemma.
All right. I'm very fond of maybe the rectangular form that you started off with, and the very beautiful geometry that you picked up on. But the interlace I find fascinating. The interlace between going from exterior, interior, and therefore towards the inside. And saying that is, we start to question, like, how can architecture evoke emotions, right? How would that happen? And how can mosque architecture precisely evoke that? And we might look at several parameters. One parameter might be the architectural aspect, the built form. The second parameter was society. How could it have an impact on the society, the city, and as well the Islamic a perception across nations. So it's really not about the building itself only, but it's really about perceiving that across diverse momentums, right? And I think the term momentum is very interesting because it relates not only on a human perspective, because we're looking at a body of architecture and a body of movement that moves throughout the space, but also a momentum that starts to be recognized throughout, across a city, across a nation, and across the Islamic world. And I think that's what I find quite interesting in the type of conditioning of applying a pure geometry which we are acquired with and simplifying it to something a bit more contemporary. Now, here I might question, that there's a small discussion we had before, is that the recognition for the human user to allocate themselves in a space that they are acquainted with, right? How would you perceive that? How do you design accordingly? And maybe I could ask architect Erkut, how would you respond to that? How do you find that happening there?
About women's headquarters, it's upstairs in the mosque, but I must say it's not used too much, especially on Fridays. It is crowded with men. I mean, so ladies come usually in between times in the week. But on a Friday, it's impossible because the mosque is full of people, so there's no people for ladies. This is so.
We'll end up with a question about the difficulties and the nice stories about creating that building from the
The fact that we're talking about exterior and interior and semi-open space in itself, it's not necessarily the natural approach, because the fact that man, in the process of praying, is using Arabic language, even if he doesn't know Arabic. i.e., even if he doesn't know Arabic, he still has to pray in Arabic. That's in itself referring to something else, something to do with the nature of space and the prayer person himself, the relationship between the prayer and the act of praying. This is in itself can actually, if we try to contemplate exactly the meaning of this relationship, we can actually reach fascinating conclusions regarding the nature of the relationship between the different process of this prayer. With regard to what makes the project somehow relating all these elements together, it's referred to in the Prophet's saying, man aqama the cycle of his understanding on some sort of understanding the actual elements within nature. The fact is, man himself considered to be the master of this, the master of existence. Everything created for man. Let alone if man behaving in such a way without this particular understanding, simply the meaning of this process in itself will be lost.
I think Gemma wants to add something. Regarding the process, right, we're talking about progression. It's quite interesting that while as technical reviewers and as a female, progressing into those spaces or evaluating those spaces are always evaluated from a male's perspective. And it's interesting as a female evaluator, technical reviewer, that we start actually recognizing that you need to start experiencing and looking at this progression of space from a female perspective. And then you're able to start to value if the building has egalitarian progressions along both, because it's not really, it's a mosque for both, right? It's a mosque that actually brings in male and female together into one space. And defining progression of space along these two genders, it needs to be really recognized. And for us as technical reviewers and as females, we got to a point where we were questioning, like most of us went in from a male perspective. And then we started to align ourselves and say, well, if we place ourselves in a female perspective, would we get the same experience? Would we be able to understand and evaluate the conditions that the architect wants us to feel in the same manner? And if we are able to attain that, then we've realized a good mosque for myself, I believe for myself at least. But I think that is something we really need to recognize, and I've seen it in several mosques that have been doing really well. And finding that tectonic or that articulation in space to be able to do so needs to be really acquired in the briefs of how mosques need to be designed, in the future mosques to be designed as well. So we've seen it done in earlier mosques, but it depends on the region, depends on the culture, this starts to become segregated, starts to become aligned, but that needs to get really, we need to start questioning what we call progressive space is equal to both. And then once it's equal to both, then we've attained a proper temporal art, a body of architecture.
أنا بستخدم دي I think okay. سمعوني؟ Can you hear me? Okay. When we talk about the Muslims' path towards God, right? Because that's what a mosque's function is. The progression of spaces
Test, okay. The progression of spaces goes like this. I'm on the outside. I peel off one layer and I go inside. أتطهر, I get purified. Usually the courtyard has a water element that you purify yourself before going inside the mosque. So you're moving from the street, quote unquote, dirty, profane. You move to the courtyard, you purify yourself. You move inside the main hall of the mosque. You're one level closer. And then you could even be blessed, so to pray on the first row, which has a lot of barakah, a lot of blessing. And so you're even closer. And then maybe you become the imam as well. And that's the closest level of proximity within the mosque. These veils and these layers that unveil as you move inside the mosque has that symbolic nature. Now, I want to quickly address this female prayer progression thing because I think it's an issue that comes up a lot. So when I went to visit the mosques in Bangladesh and Hind, India, I was fortunate to be able to visit the mosque in Old Delhi, the Jama Mosque. And it was fascinating in the sense that the mosque is elevated, you go up, there's this huge courtyard, and you have people from different backgrounds there. When I say backgrounds, I mean literally this is India, so you have a lot of Hindus, obviously, and Muslims, so you don't know who's who, right? It's the mosque's courtyard. And then you have the mosque that is separated with like a curtain, I think it was. I don't remember now. But basically, the male and female had equal access to the first row. Let's put it that way, right? So it's not a universal thing. And I've seen that in many areas in the Muslim world east of the Gulf, right? It's not a very, in fact, I would say that the exception is not to have females be able to have that gradation. Or maybe it's 50-50, I don't know, I haven't done a statistic. But the point is that it's not universal that females are like, don't get that experience. But my comment here was that the gradation spaces is spiritually inspired. It's the path of a Muslim towards God. From outside, purifying, going inside and inside and inside.
It's the journey of experiencing
Both. And these stories, these narratives are very important in mosque design. You may not experience them on a day-to-day basis as you're praying, but the symbolism is very important. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. We may conclude with Lemar, Erkut, maybe if you can name one difficulty that you found while designing and building this mosque. Just one difficulty that you thought that and you wished that it didn't happen for us to learn.
True to say, I had no difficulties. I was lucky.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. And congratulations again. I'm personally, as a spatial designer, I learned a lot reading about this mosque and seeing how beautiful planning a visit soon to visit it, inshallah. Thank you. Congratulations.
So we're going to start with a short video about the mosque, and then we're going to establish the discussion.
لا شيء يبقى كما كان حين يرتفع نداء الله أكبر. هناك في جنوب صربيا مقاطعة تعرف باسم أرض الدببة ميدافيديا، وجدت فيها قرية صغيرة تحيط بها طبيعة خلابة، ويعلوها سمة القرى توبالا، حيث السكون والهدوء يخطف العين فيها. إبداع معماري منتصب في أراضيها بكل ثبات ورصانة. مساحة صغيرة لا تتجاوز 84 مترا مربعا في بيئة زراعية خصبة.
I am Albert Sadiki, architect from Pristina. I am today in front of my building, Mosque in Topala, which I want to present to the world, because this is one of the buildings that I did last 20 years working, doing architecture, and this is one of my lovely buildings. I didn't want to compete with the nature, but what I wanted to do is to create kind of relation or kind of conversation, discussion between the nature and the building. And the idea was to come with a single volume, very clear form like cubes, and to be very readable in the landscape, but not to be arrogant and not to be imposed to the general view. I believe that one building dedicated to God must manifest some attributes of truth. And I think the cube is nothing true than a cube. Even the Qibla or Kaaba, it's a single cube. So the idea was to come with a very clear form that is true for anyone, in order to bring a building that, as I said, is very readable in the landscape, but not imposed and not arrogant.
تحتضن الأشجار مسجد توبالا من كل الجهات، كما لو كانت أماً تعانق طفلها الوحيد. تؤدي الطبيعة دورها وتحتفي بهذا المسجد لتعكس انسجاماً وتناغماً بين الطبيعة والريف، يثير الذهن للتأمل في كل تفاصيله.
Here in this location, it's very hard to find companies that are interested to come and build here. So it was a real challenge to implement designs, because we used to work with the people who was not a masters for buildings, you know, and it was a full engagement of me, my colleagues, to come here and teach the people how to do things here in the location. But this is maybe the thing that pushed me to not give up, because when you see the people, the community that wants to have such a building, and you see a lot of difficulties during this process, it comes to you more ambition to continue and to come to the end.
بدأ بطريق متعرج وانتهى بمدخل بسيط وسائد يشبه لفتة ترحيبية لكل من يراه.
As I said, when you build a religious building, you should keep some traditional elements. And if you go deeply to the Islamic architecture, you can find cupolas, domes, curves. And in that sense, we used inside, in the interior, to bring the light inside through the zenithal windows, which came through the curved walls, which brings the sunlight inside. But when you inside in the prior hall, you cannot see windows. So some kind you are isolated from the nature, but you have a lot of light inside, and it gives kind of very good space for being 100% kind of divided from the nature, but in the same time you are linked with, through the sunlight, kind of meditation and full oriented to prior. We used here materials that were accessible in this location. So here the building is done by concrete, which we produced here, and blocks that we brought from the city. And all other materials are kind of improvisation here. Nothing produced somewhere and here.
البياض الداخلي والخارجي للمسجد يمثلان النقاء والطهارة، بينما تضفي نوافذه المخفية روحانية تنعكس على أرجائه. الانحناء العلوي لجدرانه الطويلة يمهد طريقا للضوء، تكون الشمس فيه بمثابة إطلالة تنسل منها أشعتها لتستقر في زواياها.
I was surprised when I was informed that I'm shortlisted, but I think what makes very specific this building, it's its relation with community and its relation with nature, but mostly with community, because I think that this is a building that really serves to the community, and it is the main purpose of any building for me, is to serve to the people. So this is what makes this building unique, because it has been done by community and it serves to the community. So I gave here just a small contribution, but I think the main contribution of this that we have today, this building, is the contribution of the community.
فصل من كتاب أبطاله الإنسان والطبيعة، تفاصيله مبنية بالزهد والبساطة، فالجمال لا يعني بالضرورة الكلفة الباهظة. أسس المسجد عام 2015 بأيدي محلية أمام ساحة للاجتماع تشكل مكانا للتلاقي وتشد أواصر المجتمع. من الصعب إيجاد مبنى صغير يبعث في القلب الرحابة والسكينة، والأصعب خلق تحفة معمارية بكلفة بسيطة وبأيد محلية خالصة. نجح مسجد توبالا في هذا التحدي ببساطته وسحره الأخاذ، محاطا بلون الطبيعة الآسر على امتداد البصر. يشعر كل من يشاهده من بعيد أن المسجد يناديه ليعيش أنسة وأمانة بين جدرانه.
Of course that today as architect you are every day faced by many sources of architecture, and particularly when you start to do some specific things like mosques are, it's not so hard today to find the credible awards such as Al-Fawzan is. Of course that it's maybe young, but through its activities it shows that they are very serious in what they are doing. And when I saw what buildings have been awarded in the former years, I had no doubt that I should participate, and why not to try and to present to the world, to the Islamic world and to the world in general, what we are doing here.
If you allow me, I will start with Architect Arbor. Architect Arbor, could you please tell us the story? I mean, the journey of designing this mosque. I mean, the political one, the social one, even the relation with the community. As I know, the first dam was designed with a minaret, and it was banned by the official there. So, can you tell us more information about the mosque rather than what we should watch it?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, a lot of things we already seen here in this short movie, but I will give some more explanations. You asked about the minaret. Yes, initially the concept was with the minaret, but maybe it's better a little bit to explain the general social and political environment in that region that the building has been built. Because this is the border between Serbia and Kosovo, and the Kosovo was a province of Serbia till 2001, and now after its independence, Serbia is not recognizing till Kosovo, and there are a little bit tensions in this part of the world that this building has been built. So in that sense, there are still some kind of pressures to, because the Albanian community who is living in this part they are belonging to Islamic religion, so it's still going on a little bit this issue. So in that sense, it was a little bit hard to have also a minaret as a pure sign of one mosque, and in that sense, we built just this part of the building, and the minaret didn't succeed.
Architect Emery, could you please tell us more about the main characteristics that makes this building stand out from the shortlist as a winner, from the spatial quality, even the meaning?
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Frankly speaking, it was a big discussion in the jury session. You will remember. I mean, as told previously, I believe that the mosque architecture is passing through a very critical period. Because as we all know, one of the main mantras or main maxims of Islamic philosophy is humbleness, is modesty. And not all the well-known examples of Islamic architecture for the moment are humble. Vice versa, they are crying too much. They are putting themselves in a scene which is very visible, even too much visible. And this small mosque is doing the contrary. And it gives us a feeling of humbleness, a feeling of, like the architect stated, it gives us the feeling of being kind of blended into the topography, into the context, which is great. That was the main discussion topics, and then some of the jury members were not very convinced on this one. Is it a mosque? It can be something else. It's just a cube. And I think this, the main strength, the main power of this building is this humbleness. At the end of the day, when you see it in this specific context, which is quite important because I myself believe in specificity and the contextualism in architecture, when you see it from from a perspective, the perception is, ironically, it's a sculpture. Yes, it's I mean, the primariness, the purity, the humbleness, you can read all of them. But at the end of the day, when, as an architect, you use the abstraction in that manner, in a very master, I mean, as a master, you come to somewhere that maybe you, as an architect, didn't think about. Because at the end of the day, this abstraction, the power of this abstraction, gives this building a kind of sculptural effect. And maybe this is a surprise. Maybe this is not the aim, this is not the target, but this is the reality. So we discussed quite a lot about this project, but at the end of the day, I think all the jury members were quite convinced to give the award to this project with the others. And I can say that finally, from my perspective, this was one of the best examples of how Islamic philosophy can be felt when you see a building. And the only thing that I was a bit criticizing was the colorish effect and some, from my perspective, over-articulated things of this colored small windows. But when I saw the plan, I said, okay, when you are inside of the mosque, inside of the main hall, you don't realize them. When you go out, when you're in the ablution room, you are affected with this color, and it gives a kind of a playful feeling to this one, and maybe it somehow prepares you to go inside and to be alone with God and to be like more affected from this abstraction. So the usage of natural light, the usage of color, the usage of this abstraction was brilliant, and I'm very happy to have this as an example here. Thank you.
So much, Architect Emery. Architect Caroline, if you want to add something about the whole design, the atmosphere, the spatial quality.
I think I would really like to ask the technical reviewer who visited this mosque to give us a contribution first, because I've not visited it. So I think I think she certainly will have something to add, and then we can react to that. I think it will be a more profound discussion.
Can I ask a question? Why it's organized like this? Because, I mean, in the other session, it was another reviewer, and Go wasn't talking, and now it's Aida's session, and Go is there. It's a bit confusing, right? I don't know why you did like that.
It's a discussion, but before, either Caroline or Aida adds, I just want to add to what Architect Emery mentioned, that this mosque is, I believe, at least from my perspective, it's a good example of what this award is trying to achieve, is to change our view to how we perceive the mosque as a geometry, as a form, as an element. From my perspective, this mosque is, as a shape, as a sculpture, is radical to be called a mosque, because it's missing some elements that consider it a mosque. You will not know that it's a mosque until you go inside and see the mihrab. Otherwise, it can be anything else. This is the only element that's symbolically showcases that this is a mosque place or this is a prayer hall. And this is, I believe, it's not wrong. It's part of the main idea. It's part of the concept, is to create a space that maybe in the future can be used something else. Maybe the community will immigrate somewhere else. So this mosque, this space can be used as for a different function. But what is exciting about this mosque is the element of surprise from outside, from the exterior facade. Because when you approach the area, when you approach the place, you will find this sculpture, this cube, this white cube with this colorful triangle windows. And if you are a tourist or you are a visitor and you're not from part of this community, you will be excited to know what is this building? What is its function? And this is, I believe, it's highly achieved, and I'm not sure if it's intentional or not, but it's achieved very well because it has this element of surprise. It doesn't represent a mosque, so that it's not enforced in the place, because once you have like a dome, when you have a minaret, you already enforced a religious building in the place, and it maybe will compete with other buildings within the surrounding. But that's why I believe it's radical, but in a good way, in a positive way, not in a negative way. And I believe this is a good example of what this award is trying to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed. Dr. Aida, creative simplicity, the relation with nature, freestanding object. I think this is the main values for this mosque. Can you talk more about the technical also aspect, the sustainability, the accessibility to the mosque, all these features?
It's working? Okay. Hello again. It is again a great honor to be speaking about a mosque that I had the pleasure to review. And it was a kind of a discovery for me, because the journey starts in this hill, in the foothills, and then you go up to a very narrow, winding road that kind of is like a procession on itself. And then you arrive to this very scenic and beautiful village with the beautiful views. And the mosque is striking. When I looked at the photos, initially, on the photos, it looks quite polished, like everything looks very, very neat and perfect. But once when I spoke with the architect and they explained to me the process, and once when we saw all these imperfections, when we saw how people who were not actually the most skilled craftsmen were able to construct something with a very, very low budget, and especially in the region. I'm saying this now that it is, as my colleague already mentioned, it's a radical concept. I believe for the region of Balkans is even more radical, because we are filled up with pastiche mosques which are built all over the Balkan area, and I think the architect here delivered a master class in simplicity, elegance, and modesty. It has at the same time modernist feel, sculptural feel, and also possesses many things what I would call like a traditional wisdom of setting a building within a place, how the building is related to the nature, the scale of the building. All of these things remind me of the vernacular way the people in the village would build a mosque. So it's achieved kind of these both things. The access to the mosque is not exactly too practical, but it's not impossible, of course, because it's just a little hillside and slope, and I don't know if maybe in the future they will landscape it differently or not, but we saw it, we were there in the summertime, and we saw it very vibrant. Children were playing in the front courtyard, and atmosphere inside was very pleasant. As I know, there are no sophisticated systems of cooling or, climate, but the way that the mosque was created with this kind of indirect entrance and the room within a room provides kind of a very cool and calm place. So I believe that the architect has achieved what he set out to do.
Caroline, you want to reflect to idea?
What I find very powerful about this project is the way the local community wasn't just involved in realizing the project, but actually was involved literally in using their own hands to build the project. I think that's a very, very powerful thing that people are more and more often removed from. I mean, to create a space to come together to pray is one thing, but then to actually build it together is something that is spiritually a very powerful gesture. And every time people will enter that space, they will also be reminded of that. And I think that creates a very powerful image for me. So it's a simple building, and it's interesting how, I mean, we looked at other buildings before which were very cleverly kind of communicating with the terrain, whereas this is in a way more set apart from the terrain, more as a distant, I'm overviewing the terrain rather than melding myself with it as a building. But I think the fact that this was made by the hands of the local community sets it apart as a very, it's a very important example of also empowering people, because that's also, of course, what creating a mosque is. It's about empowering a community, and I think it's very, it's very, and we're used to seeing that sort of thing more in Africa. So to see it in Europe people don't normally build their own church. These things are, so this is an interesting example, I think.
Thank you, Carolina. Jose, you have a question?
Well, I have one question. First a comment. For every project, I believe that the emplacement is very important, and historically, all the religious buildings are settled in public land, federal or state or municipality land. So I wonder if the architect suggests the location or was given, because in this project and in many others, the location is very important. It really becomes a point of reference for the whole community. Everybody can distinguish where is the mosque, and that is a symbol for the community. And the definition of important project in the area. So that was a question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I mean, the exact location, it was decided by as this big part, all this land belongs to one private person. And he said you can choose the exact part of this, and you can start and build. So it was kind of communication with people there, but land belongs to a private person. Because just if I can continue a bit, the idea of doing the building that can serve also for other things in that location, it was exactly because there is no any other social building or something public on that. The only thing is one old school and nothing else. So the idea was to create also this plateau, this amphitheater that can be used for other issues, not just for religious issues.
Okay, Dr. Mohammed.
Just to make sure, did the owner like give you like multiple locations and you picked from it, or he told you?
It was all this small hill belongs to him. So
just the hill,
asked
and
me
then
to locate the exact position.
Okay, so he basically gave you a specific location, but give you freedom to play with the hill and the topography. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. Arbor, I have a question about the participation of local community. You said this is add like soft value to the design. It makes the building rooted in the place, reflect the genius lucky as a mantra. Could you please elaborate more about the working with the local communities rather than professional workers?
Yeah. It was a challenge also for me because I'm living in Pristina. It's the capital city of Kosovo, near to this location, but I never visited this location before, and I didn't know that it will be such hard to find people who has skills to do something there. I didn't even know that companies will resist to go up and build something because of economic reasons, not for anything else. And when I started to build the building, because this part of design, it was the easiest part, to be very honest. But when we started to implement that, it was very hard because of this problems. And I remember the time in the same time that we did this building, we built this building, I had many other things in my hand, doing some very big buildings in the city, but I cannot remember anything good that happens to me in those buildings. Everything what I remember that time is something that happens to me in this location, working with people, teaching some things and coming back after 2 or 3 days to see if they really did the right thing. So it was really something very good that happens to me. In this, we are calling difficulties, but some kind of good is inside of this difficulties.
Okay, come in, Carmen.
So it was interesting what you were explaining about how the design process was the easiest thing about creating this building. Apart from the minaret, which you weren't allowed to build, are there any specific elements that were originally in the design that you really would have liked to realize in this building, but that you were forced to leave out because you were simply forced to simplify matters in order to make it possible for the locals to build it?
I don't think so, but what is missing is the quality of some details, but in general it's has been built based on those designs. So.
Yeah, I think the idea of the community contributing on building the mosque itself, at the beginning it can be seen as a challenge, because the companies didn't see it as an economic feasible to go to that remote location and build the mosque. But if we look at the long run, now the community itself participated in building the mosque. That's mean they have the know-how now and the capability of maintaining that mosque. So if anything at the long run broke or need maintenance, the people that already constructed that mosque, so they have the capability of rebuilding the mosque or rebuilding what's broke. So yes, it's a challenge, but it was like an opportunity for the mosque and for the community to learn something new, to learn how to maintain that small building for the long run. Because if the companies didn't see it feasible to go and build the mosque, that's mean even for maintenance it's not going to be feasible. So that was a good opportunity for the community to learn something new, as well as maybe it was feasible as an economic cost for the mosque to be built by the community.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. Come in, Doctor.
Just I want to reiterate that as a jury, we don't look only to the final product, but it's an extremely important process. And I think what swing us in looking to some to this mosque or other mosque in Africa, for instance, is really to see this community participation, including with their hand. So I think this is something really important that to account for the sensitivity of the architect of doing something that responding to community participation, what they want, but also how community afterward would participate on it. I mean, sometimes architects have fantastic ideas, but the implementation is become very, very expensive. I mean, we have at American University of Beirut extremely beautiful buildings of designed by Zaha Hadid, late Zaha Hadid, Allah yarhamah. And it's offered for free because she is a member of Board of Trustees of EUB. But then the cost, it was 3 times more what was expected. So this is how our president jokingly say, she didn't give us, it was a poisoned present for us because we asked her to give for free this design. So in any case, I would say really as a jury, we look to this process and I think it's rewarded. I mean, to find finally examples that really very important for the future philosophy of constructing mosques.
A quick commentary on something that was mentioned earlier by architect Emre. I think it's interesting when you mentioned earlier how this mosque is not grandiose, it's not highly ornamented, it's got that sense of humility, and you compared it to other mosques that do that very powerfully. I think this reminded me of like the names of Allah, God's names. You can approach a mosque by God's name Al-Mutakabbir, Al-Jalal, Al-Jalal wal-Ikram, or you can approach it from a more humble position, Ar-Rahim. And I think all those are manifestations of His presence. I think it's interesting to reflect on, this becomes a very personal exercise, perhaps somewhat subjective, is what names of which of God's names are evoked by different mosques that we experience, or even within this cycle. And the next question I had was for the architect. What's the population size of the village?
No, it's zero. In the village, during the year, there are a very small number of people because a lot of them, they are living abroad in Switzerland, Germany, and but during the summer, maybe there are 100 people who are living there, not more.
I have a little. Actually, I like the project very much, and I like the language which you invented. It's more or less is more, and a very abstract, simple form, sometimes seems to be simplistic than simple. However, I recall the discussion of this morning with Dr. Sari's point on the semiotics of the community, how the community can identify that this is a mosque and not another building type. In another way, when you design this and when you have your design concept, how did you feel or how did you intend that this is going to be a mosque and nothing else? In another way, I rephrase it again, is can we use this building for another function, not a mosque? For instance, like a place for a faith, like a church or like a temple. What makes it Islamic? What makes it Muslim space for prayer?
Yeah. As all of you understood that it was a minaret there, which is a pure sign of Islamic building. So we believe that we will push project with a minaret. So in that sense, we took first a permit for a building, and we started to build the building because we waited for the additional part, which was a minaret, which we applied for that. So in that sense, we continue to do all the building, having in the mind that we will have also a minaret as a sign, as something that can show that there is a mosque. But if you go inside, all these elements that are necessary for one mosque, you can find inside the building. So this is why I think that this building is, of course, that it's nothing wrong also to be used for other activities, but all elements that are necessary for one mosque, they are inside the building.
Any more question? Okay, Architect Emery.
Yeah, maybe not a question, but a comment or an information maybe, because this minaret issue was another discussion in the jury, and I remember that having this discussion about minaret, we said, okay, if we will give the award to this mosque, maybe we will ease the hand of architect or the hand of constructor to do this minaret as well. I'm not sure about that. I mean, it was just a speculation. But at the end of the day, when I think about this specific area and this specific atmosphere, this mosque is not something, it's not a building that you encounter when you walk in a street. It's a destination. So I believe that if one Muslim will go there and pray, it will become Islamic. That's it. I mean, you don't need any other signage to make it Islamic or looking like Islam. So it's more in that manner. I don't believe that this mosque needs a minaret. This is my personal way of looking. And the question of Jalal, maybe, can a building will be fitting for some other functions in the future if it's a mosque or not? I mean, of course, a mosque should have some, let's say, some points, some gifts, some specific elements which you need when you pray. I'm talking about physical things, only physical things, not spiritual things. But at the end of the day, you can see, I mean, let's remember Hagia Sophia. I mean, it was not a mosque when it was built. And it became a mosque, then it became a museum. And maybe in 2 years' time, when the government will be changing in Turkey, maybe in 2 months' time, this will become a museum as well, once again. I mean, who knows? So a building can have the capacity of, I mean, the main question here should be, in my opinion, can be changed like that, is this building or is this structure only, maybe it's not a building, it's just a structure, has the power of being a mosque or not, rather than having an expectation to have kind of a symbolic appearance of being Islam. I mean, it was a big discussion between us in the jury as well. I remember with Saadi. You remember this. I mean, I was always at that corner and he was at the other corner. But, I mean, it was a very thoughtful discussion. I learned a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Emery.
Thank you. I'm just wondering whether there is a kind of a body that manages this mosque. I mean, is there a permanent imam or is just a space for people to pray? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Because of that situation that we are going back and back, the building is still not registered as a mosque officially. So in that sense, you cannot engage imam officially. But there is a local guy who is doing that for the moment.
Do you have any question, any thoughts? Any more question or any thoughts? Okay, architect Harper, designing in a remote area with a lack of activities and I mean the cultural, the social, all these things. Do you think it's an opportunity or a challenge? Because sometimes when you have this atmosphere, open area, it gives you a chance to make it like a spiritual journey.
I already said something about this topic. In the beginning, of course, that I was a bit scared that I was faced with all these challenges. But when I started to work on the field, as I said before, I started to love it and to live some other things in the city, to go up on the hill and to work with people. And this gives also, even to me, much more that belongs to me on that building than in any other building maybe. So this was a good thing of all these difficulties that I and all the community have during the process. So all things I think you can see as a challenge or as a good part of that or bad part of that. So for me, it started something that it was scary, but during the process, I'm really happy that I was part of all this process.
If there is no more question, I think I would like to thank Architect Harper, Architect Emery, Dr. Mohammed, Architect Caroline for this great session. And I would like to invite you all to attend tomorrow's seminars, inshallah. Thank you so much.